Good morning, everyone. So we shall please start in about half a minute or something. So you are welcome to take your seats, get your water or juice, and we will start. So today's first speaker is Ben Frank. He's from the island of TUG. So I'm sure that he will show us something about swimming, but also about Docker images and Docker containers. So the floor is yours, Ben.
Thanks. Good morning. So when we get slides here. On an island, we are quite fond of containers, not only for our own good. Today's talk is about living in containers, about tech life and context in a Docker setting. And I'll try to explain what Docker is for those of you who don't know. And just have a look at our Docker images. Afterwards, we'll have a look at two use cases, so how to use these Docker images in a local setting and how to use them in the continuous integration setting. So this is by examples, and we will conclude it by mentioning some continuing challenges in the maintenance of the TechLife Docker images. So what is Docker apart from a nice whale? Well, we do have some kind of file system that makes up a container. This file system is basically like your operating system on your hard disk, and you have an operating system layer and you have a software layer atop of that, and there could be more layers, but that's the basic principle. These layers are compressed into one file, and that makes up the Docker image. You can run it anywhere, so even on strange operating systems starting with a W. And so it's a portable way to execute software. And this is also what is quite of the intention to run it anywhere, including the continuous integration settings of multiple hosters. We do provide, so the island of tech does provide two major branches of images, the context Lua MetaTech image. We also have the context beta images, but they are quite out of date. So the Lua MetaTech ones are the ones to take. And I only mentioned them first because the TechLife ones are a bit more complicated. So we do provide the TechLife releases from 2013 on, and they are split into two categories. We do have the historic images, which is basically TechLife 2013 to TechLife 2022. And we do have the latest images, so currently that's TechLife 2023. The historic images receive monthly updates, and you might ask, okay, they are historic, what does change? Well, it's actually the operating system layer. The context images and the TechLife images are both based off of Debian. So we do have a Debian system below that, and this is updated monthly. The latest images are updated weekly, including TechLife updates and Debian updates. And we also provide a split for the latest images, so you can access all schemes that TechLife provides. So you can download the image for scheme minimal up to scheme full. And we do not provide that split for the historic images, but we'll come to that later on. The defaults are David friendly. We do not include the documentation by default. But we also do not include the source tree by default. So if you need one of those two trees of TechLife, you can request it by just adding a suffix to the Docker name. Okay, so let me just add one more thing. We try to make it quite self-contained. So each TechLife image actually is shipping with the software that is required to run tools in there. So we ship with a Python interpreter for things like Pygments, which is required for Minted. We ship a JVM for Java tools like DataToolTK, TechOS Query, or Arara, and so on. So we try to make it self-contained so that you can simply run stuff in it. The two primary use cases we focus on when developing are the continuous integration setting and the local runs, which are also the two use cases which I will provide examples for today. Okay, so before coming to the use cases, let me just mention where you can find these images. We ship them at Docker Hub, which is like the most commonly used Docker registry out there, but we also provide them in the GitLab registry of the island of tech. Okay, After that short introduction, let me come to the first use case, which is about running these Docker images locally, so instead of a local installation of TUG Live. And I'll take the example of a small German non-profit math journal. This math journal has tech-based issues dating back to the 90s, and there are issues from 2022 that are already not compiling anymore because, well, some package maintainers do seem to like the idea of updating packages, and updates tend to break stuff if one is not careful and does not adjust things. So there is some major package starting with SI and ending with an X that has had a major change somewhere in 2021. The basic setup is about running locally, so this math journal has one machine that is used for the final compilation. And this one machine is the one that now should also be enabled to run older issues again, ideally by just using older TUG Live installations, and I'll come to the use of Docker in a moment. As a nota bene, they are currently establishing a compatibility policy so that in the future it's actually clear which TUG Live release to run on, but currently it is not. Well, the point here is we can use Docker on a local machine, and let's have a look at how that would work. So if you would run, or if you were to install a local TUG Live installation for the historic releases, you are probably, if you are not going the rsync route, you are going to pull the ISO image of the year and install with the install.tl installer from this ISO image. And in contrast to that, you can actually just Docker pull a Docker image of the historic release. And in our naming scheme, it's quite simple. It's TL, then the year you want to pull, and historic. As we don't provide schemes for the historic images, you can't make any error here. The only thing, if you need the documentation tree, you would add -doc after that, or -source if you need the source tree. So quite simple. This is the pulling part. You can also remove it quite easily. This would prune or remove all Docker images from your system, so use with care. You can do it for singular images too. So installing and removing is quite easy, and you don't have to wait much except for the download time. That's a plus. And the running part is actually also quite interesting because you don't have to do any path fiddling. So if you install from the ISO image, run install.tl, you have the installation of TUG Live on your machine. But it's not, you do have to take care if you have multiple TUG Live installations, which is actually run at the moment. And this is something which you basically cannot do wrong with the Docker images because you always specify the image you want to run in. In this case, we would run in a 2018 image. So to dissect this call a bit, we have Docker run. We want to do it interactively so that we see the output of the command we run. The command is the last part. It's the arara-v issue.tag part. Verbosity doesn't matter really much. This part is about just mounting the current working directory into the Docker image, and well, that's quite needed, so you have actually the Docker, the document you want to compile available for the image to compile, and that's about it. So now the obvious question is, why should we use Docker here? And one thing to consider is that, yes, I mentioned it's all on one machine for this journal, but there are contributors, and this is a stakeholder that is often forgotten. So it's also quite nice if the contributors already can hand in articles that will compile. And it's made easier if they use the same TUG Live as everyone else. And that's made easier by them having to do basically the same single line commands. So it's quite easy to communicate how anyone could have the same setup and make sure something compiles. Furthermore, you can describe all of that on one A4 page, which is not that easy to do if you want to describe a TUG Live installation per se, because this is platform independent. So it's regardless of whether you use Windows, Linux, Mac, you can use these Docker commands, which so after you install Docker, of course, which you cannot do with usual TechLab installation. So there are quite a few advantages in terms of communication and in terms of just platform compatibility. You can do all of that manually, so it's just an alternative way. The second example is actually easier to argue about, and this is about the continuous integration setting. So continuous integration is basically the process of pushing some document mostly to a version control hoster and then triggering some workflow like compiling a tech document. And we will look at an example which is about compiling the minutes of student representatives meetings. At the example of the computer science students from the University of Jena, you can find their minutes on their website. There's a menu point, Fachschaftsrat, Protokolle, that you can look at them if you are interested. They do have weekly meetings. They record their minutes of the meetings, and well, it's completely CI-based, so everything they record, they just push into a Git repository. This Git repository compiles the documents and pushes them to their website. They do use context initially because of limited CI resources. I will come to that point in a minute, but yes, it's just stuck. Okay, this is the basic idea. We have some document, we push it to a Git hoster, it runs a workflow, and yeah. Why is it native to use Docker images here? Because most Git hosters actually want you to use some Docker image because you do not have control over the runner that executes the workflow, and Docker is mostly used for a separation of concerns so that you do not interfere with some other user. Okay, so on GitLab it looks like this. If you want some kind of workflow, it's quite easy to understand. You specify the Docker image. In this case, because it's context, we use the LMTX image. Then you specify the command that is to be run. In this case, we just find all tag files and run context on it. And the artifacts part is about which files are we interested in after compilation, so after the script part finished. And in this case, we are interested in all the PDF files that have been generated. Okay, so there is one line that is actually doing something and one line that doesn't quite fit our needs, and this is the one. So if you imagine the use case of compiling minutes, you probably know that you won't touch minutes of a year ago anymore. So recompiling all minutes again and again is quite a waste of time and quite a waste of CI resources. So what you want to do is you want to do some magic, like compile only what is needed, and you can do that with simple bash scripts. And the reason why I will go into this will be clear after a few slides, so please stay with me. Do not be scared of this bash code, let's call it that. The basic idea is to just fetch the last commit that was made to the repository where the GitLab pipeline actually ran. I didn't include the curl call here, but it's quite easy to find in the documentation. So get the last commit where the pipeline ran, then look for the changed files since the last compilation, and that's actually only a git diff tree call. And afterwards, well, this is a quite important part. Check whether anything has changed which influences all documents. This is usually the part you forget when you introduce caching into your workflows. So this is something to watch out for. In this case, we just check if one of the environment files, which is the context equivalent of user packages, user styles, has changed. And if it has changed, well, all documents have changed and we should recompile everything. And that's the case where we do the same find we did before and just run context. Okay, so that was the part which is actually doing pretty much the same as the one line before. But the interesting part is about this one, where we do not compile everything, but where we do take the simpler route of simply compiling what has changed. So usually you would have an if condition that checks on the compile all variable, but for presentation purposes, this is split up. So this is actually everything you need for a basic workflow of compiling only what is needed. And why I do mention it is the following. So the repository we are talking about has about 200 context files and about 100 LaTeX files. And if you look at how long it would take to do a full run, so translate every context document and translate every LaTeX document, it's about the same time, although the number of files is quite different. So one important part to note about the LaTeX files is they tried really hard to make them to compile as long as possible. So they use Arara for extra long startup times. They use Lua LaTeX with custom fonts. They use PGF and tColorbox for extra file I/O. So it's basically the try-hard version of make it compile long, but also the try-hard version of make it look nice. Good. So we do have an explanation why it could take long. But the interesting part is about the incremental build time, which is basically you have a newly recorded session, you push the minutes to the repository, and it's basically one document that is to be compiled. And for one document, you see quite a difference. Now, some of you may guess what the culprit could be. But let us say, if you use that many packages like tColorbox, etc., you pull the full tag life. So the full tag life scheme is about 2 gigabytes without documentation and source tree. And the context Lua metatext standalone distribution is about 250 megabytes. So it's about 1/10 of the size. So for this part, we do have about 30 seconds of only pulling the context image and about 2 minutes of pulling the full tag life scheme and extracting the image, etc. So it's quite like, yeah, a lot of difference is only in pulling the image. And well, the compilation difference is not that much, so I won't go into that. And now the point is not for you to, if you want to use efficient continuous integration, use context, well, you can, but I want to make 2 points with this slide. Point number 1 is, be careful what you pull, because this is this has an impact on your runtime. If you want to pull a full tag life, do so in the full awareness that this will be 2 gigabytes. If you don't need a full tag life, rather pull a smaller scheme. Doesn't work with the historic images at the moment, but with the latest images, it's a good idea to pull only what is needed. And on the other hand, it is quite important to have an awareness whether you need to recompile everything in each run. So if you do continuous integration, the basic idea was that you do a continuously small batches and compile and compile and compile so that you get quick feedback. And quick feedback is achieved in the most efficient way by doing only what is needed, and therefore try to have an awareness where you could cache your output files. So this was a quick run through to the 2 primary use cases we focus on with some examples. So locally running tag life with Docker and running tag life with Docker in a continuous integration setting. So let's have a look at the challenges we face while maintaining the images. And at this point, we do have to thank Mariah and Vit for providing us with custom GitLab runners at the moment, because beforehand it was very hard to build the images reliably. Now we do have a bit, let's call it improved robustness, but at the point where we do have manual intervention each week, which is not what we aim for. So we would like to automate it even more. So this is one point where we would like to improve on. Then I already mentioned that currently only the latest images are split by schemes. So we would like to do that for the historic images as well. It's a bit non-trivial, but we will come there eventually. Okay, we would also like to automate building new historic images, because currently when TechLive 2024 will be released, the latest image will have the correct tag. It will be TechLive 2024, but the historic image for TechLive 2023 will not be built automatically. And we would like to produce more architectures. The most important one, ARM actually. So ARM is, for instance, Raspberry Pis or smartphones. It would be interesting to have a native architecture version for them. So this is currently more low priority, but because we have custom runners now, we can try in that regard. And we would like to improve the layer friendliness. So there are differing needs for how you would want to compose Docker layers, especially with updating. So with the weekly updates, if you have your image locally, you do want to pull only what has changed. So you don't want to pull 2 gigabytes each time. But in a continuous integration setting, you do want to have fewer layers because the recombination phase can be more compute intensive than you want it to be. There are other aspects to that, but this is clearly something that needs design work and trying things out. And at that point, we invite everyone to join us and to try to present your use cases, come up with ideas, or even code something which improves the images. We are currently at over 1 million pulls for the Docker TechLive images, so it's not that this is quite unimportant, but the usage grows. Okay, and that is the point where I can only invite you to the island and not only to this sub-project. So visas for the island are free and easy to get. You can find us on GitLab and you can find us in the Matrix channels. And now to end with the famous last words of Paulo, cheerio, and this is the time for your questions.
Thanks, Ben. Ben asked me for an extended session for questions, so we have like 8 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. Do you have images for other processors than Intel?
That's the point of the multi-architecture images we
okay.
So we currently only build for x86 64, so 64-bit x86 architecture. We do want to build for other architectures, but it's currently not set up. But as we have custom runners, we can use Docker build X to build other architectures. So if we have some interest and maybe some person to implement it, it will be there.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I suppose following on from that, why do you need different images? Because TechLive doesn't need, it's only the binaries and they're really small. Why don't you just include the different platform binaries and then?
Because we also ship the operating system. So Docker images are more than just the software layer. We also have the operating system layer below, and if that is fully emulated by Docker, it's not as efficient as running native software. So the Debian we ship is x86. And yeah, Docker is able to emulate it up to some point, but we would like to have images that fully run on the architecture.
Okay, more questions? David?
Yeah, so you were showing that the image pulls can be a considerable time. So if it's in a CI situation, do you have a feeling for whether it's better to, obviously most CI systems let you cache something within the CI system, so would you pull the Docker image each time you commit, or would you sort of set up a pre-cached in the CI system that had the Docker image pulled, or does it not make any difference in the end?
Well, it does make a huge difference if we have a cache of the CI images. The problem is that usually when you do run on a shared hoster like GitHub or GitLab, the image caches are cleared. So the shared runners, there are a plethora of shared runners, and if you are happy enough to land on one which just has pulled the same image a few moments ago, you will reuse that image. So the time would be far less here. but you cannot influence it too well in the shared runner scenario. If you have your own runners, yes, definitely go ahead and cache these images, because you don't have to pull 2 GB each time, it will be faster. So Marai and I even discussed a few hours yesterday that it would be great if we had some kind of tag-oriented CI where these images were pre-cached. It would be great because it would reduce running time significantly.
Thanks. More questions or comments?
To follow up on Joseph's question, there is actually the possibility to use multi-arch in Debian. So you can pull binaries for different architecture within the same Debian system, which is actually not so hard inside a Docker setting because you don't need a kernel. And since you don't need a kernel, you only need to duplicate all the libraries. And in TUG Live, you can install binaries for any architecture. So you can actually have a single TUG Live tree that has binaries for both ARM64 and x86.
Let me answer with a remark that is half true. We try to optimize our images for size. This would be a size increase, which is not significant these days. So for the context images, it would be significant, but for the TUG Live images, it would not be, because of I think, I haven't tested it, we would get from 2.1 gigabytes at the moment probably to 2.5, 2.6 gigabytes. But we try hard to have them as small as possible. So we actually want to try really building them for one architecture only and providing them separately, because Docker allows to provide images with the same name and different architectures separately, and that would be the clean solution which we have in mind. So it would be a stopgap to do that, right? And maybe we even would accept a merge request that shows the possibility of this, and maybe also that it maybe is not that big of a size increase, but currently we do think for a more clear design.
Okay, thank you. More questions? We still have about 2 minutes.
The other thing that is just a general comment for users, actually, to not use latest, not use the TUG Live :latest image, because that's really cache unfriendly. So, for example, I was always using these TUG Live images in a local CI on a self-hosted GitLab runner, and there, if I just pin the image version to a certain date, then I don't actually ever have to pull the image again. It just sits there and it can be reused instantly, which actually saves quite a lot on this startup time of the runner.
Yeah, so this is the point about the layer friendliness here. Currently, if you pull latest again, you will throw away 2 gigabytes of a fine image, and you will pull 2 gigabytes of a new image because everything is in one package. So this is the point where we would like to improve on with only pulling updates or something, but it's more for the, that's the part where quite a bit of design work would be interesting. But yes, caching the image and maybe running TL Manager update once in a while is more efficient than pulling it again and again if you have the possibility.
Cool. We have like 1 minute left, so maybe a quick comment. Okay.
Do you have any statistics how much people are using the historic images?
I have not checked it. So Docker Hub has on the page where the images are shown, it has download statistics where you can only show or where you get the pulls for the full repository. So we have 1 million plus downloads for the latest and historic images combined, but we do not know the specific statistics.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So thanks, Ben, again for the nice talk and a nice discussion. Okay, and so the next one is by Joseph. Well, I don't think Joseph needs much introduction, and he already was a speaker yesterday. So let's just jump in the Unicode land, I think.
Yeah, so it just struck me, I think Paolo got at least some. Okay, that better? Yeah, so it struck me, I think, that Paolo's probably got some contribution to every talk this session. So Paolo drew this picture, so he gets his contribution in here. So that's meant to be me, I think, in Unicode land. So this is the third time I've used this slide, actually, for introduction. So I've been to 3 TUG conferences, and I've had this slide as I think at each of them with something about Unicode. So we're continuing to explore Unicode land, as it were. Okay, so I started actually last time I gave a talk in this area with this quote, but I thought it still makes a good introduction from Don Knuth about how important Unicode is in order to sort of bring order to the case, or at least some order. And people have commented in coffee breaks and things about the fact that some of Unicode is less than perfectly ordered, but it is at least agreed on, and people in the main do try to stick to it, which is actually as much as anything important. So previously, yes, I've been exploring Unicode land for a few years now. So some time ago, before we integrated Explore3 into the kernel, I decided to come up with a way of doing case changing this now feels like an age ago, when the vision was that there would be a new LaTeX 3 format, and when, at least in my mind, that would mean we would only have to worry about engine native input. And so I wrote this code that would expandably case change text in Unicode engines using Unicode data. And the idea was that I would leave PDF text just to ASCII input, and then that wasn't quite good enough, and so then I'm going to put partial support for 8-bit engines. So I did some work. We sort of decided we would need that case changing code eventually in LaTeX for other reasons to do with handling active characters, particularly in 8-bit engines. And so I wrote so we changed the plan a bit. So I wrote some support for 8-bit engines, which was like, the idea was then, okay, well, you only need to cover the code points in 8-bit engines that you can typeset. So those that are reasonable in T1, in LGR, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That means you end up with 2 code paths. It's a bit awkward. There's all these edge cases that you keep forgetting about. But it was all okay. And then this is going to stop working. There we are. So as those of you who haven't seen previous talks on this, so the idea was not just to do a one-to-one mapping, which is a sort of classic Knuth model, but to do what Unicode have established is necessary. So context-sensitive mappings, particularly the fact that in Greek, sigma at the end of a word looks different. When you lowercase it, it looks different from a sigma in the middle of a word. And then you have language-dependent mappings, and the sort of most obvious one there is the Turkish situation where I has got a dot on it, and they look at the I as intrinsic to the I-ness. So a capital I should still have a dot if it has a dot in lowercase, and if it doesn't have a dot in uppercase, it should not have a dot in lowercase, which is obviously interesting. So you need to implement that, and then other things. And I talked about this before, and I showed some examples. Just to point out, so that code inherited ideas from David's text case package, so not case-changing maths, leaving various arguments of various commands alone, and having a way of opting out of case-changing, which at the LaTeX 2E interface is called no case-change. Mechanism at the Explore3 end is more flexible, but it uses the same ideas. So what have we done? So that was okay. And so we integrated that into the kernel a while ago, and it caused problems for overleaf, we heard that, and that was because it turned out some people had made some interesting assumptions about the nature of case changing, but fixed those. Anyway, so what's been the sort of new exploration? So the first thing was the mechanism I'd come up with. As I say, it can do locale-based case changing. But when we first integrated it into the LaTeX kernel, we didn't have an agreed plan exactly about how you would deal with picking up information from Babel and polyglossia about the current language. And so we introduced an optional argument to make up a case, etc. That could be done to a local override, but we needed an agreed mechanism so that users didn't, in the main, have to specify the language. So we've had some backward and forward discussions with Javier from Babel and Jürgen, who looks after polyglossia, and we've come up between all of us with a mechanism that works, which is we now have this kernel command BCP data, at which in the kernel, if you don't load Babel or polyglossia, it's US English, we've decided, because that's the reality. So if you don't do anything else, that will return some information, and it will say your document, as far as LaTeX is concerned, is in US English, because can't tell anything else. If you load Babel or polyglossia, they replace that with some code which looks up the data structures that they're using to track these things, and that means that you can automatically, or LaTeX can then automatically know what language case changing should be using. And so if you're using one of the small number of languages which does need tailoring, so Greek, Turkish, Lithuanian, Dutch, German only, but the Germans opt in, so that's different. So you always need it for Lithuanian because it's a fundamental feature of the language. There's one or two others. Anyway, there's a list, some of which aren't in the Unicode CLDR because, I don't know, no one seems to be able to know how to add to that. But yeah, we've picked up various of those. But so that happens now automatically, which is, in a sense, it's what used to happen, but done in a different way. So rather than Babel and polyglossia having to sort of patch, make up a case, etc., and change their definitions, now they don't do that. Stuff just happens from the kernel. But hopefully that data's now, there's now an agreed interface, and other things which need to know that have got a single way of querying information from both polyglossia and Babel, which we think is a much better than trying to sort of query them separately, and that was just not a viable plan. Okay, so as I say, so I'd written the 8-bit code, and because I'd started with the idea that I wouldn't need to do the whole of Unicode in 8-bit engines, I didn't start off wanting to do that, and then it didn't look right. So I've gone back and looked at, so interesting question, how do you load all of the case information or all of the Unicode information into an 8-bit engine? Where do you put it? And also, parallel question, if you're going to do it in an 8-bit engine, how are you going to handle it in the Unicode engines? Because the initial solution was to use the UC code and LC code tables, which are built into those engines. But if you're going to load all the data for one engine, you don't really want different data structures with different interfaces for different systems. So it turns out that this is not a problem that just affects us. Anyone wanting to load Unicode properties has to worry about how they're going to deal with the whole of the Unicode range and track various things. And the recommended route, actually it's in the Unicode document when you look back, having had it pointed out, is this idea of a two-stage table. So I wrote something for Tugboat about this. Essentially the way it works is a way of compressing the information. And the idea is that because there's a lot of repetition in that full range of Unicode information, you know, all the Chinese characters don't change when you case change them. What you do is you use two tables, or two-stage tables, so that's, you have the first stage is making the Unicode range into blocks, and the second one is, well, just saying and so you say, you know, the first block points to the first second stage table, second block, etc. And so what you do is you end up with one list of just pointing to, the block list points to tables, and those tables then can be the same. So all the Chinese ones use the same second stage table. And it turns out that for case-changing data, you can get the whole of the Unicode range into about 50,000 integers. And that can be stored in TeX in font dimens, which is something that's in Expo 3. It's what's used to implement integer arrays, and so you can get all of the case-changing data for all of Unicode into PDF TeX, and in a reasonable amount of memory. And the point about the two-stage tables is they're designed to be relatively slow to build, but relatively fast to get the data out of. It's essentially just some very basic maths, so it points straight to the right value. Once you've done that, you can change. So you do that, and then you have to worry about the fact you're no longer trying to grab individual TeX tokens. You're grabbing code points. Obviously, again, that's quite easy to do. In PDF TeX, you just have to examine. You grab your first token. If it's a character, you look at its the value, the character code, and you then can work out how many bytes you actually need to grab. And if we know that all of our input is UTF-8, then we can just grab code points. So I just had to retool the internals. So instead of worrying about characters, they worry about code points, which of course is slightly slower for 8-bit engines than it is for Unicode engines, which always grab code points. But once you've done that, you avoid having to have two different code paths. And then you can, in principle, well, you can case change anything in Unicode, even if you can't typeset it, because there's no font setup, it'll still work. So if someone has a file name, for example, and they ask us to case change it, to lowercase it, then we can do that in PDF TeX, even if we can't typeset it. Once you do that, you need to have a mechanism for tailoring things, because so we're no longer using the UC code and LC code data, so provided interfaces for that, so we need some functions, so declare uppercase mapping, etc. So this is a way of tailoring these things. And again, because we're not talking about a one-to-one situation. So this also allows you to tailor one-to-many. So if you case change, well actually, Unicode never generates more than 3 code points if you case change code points. So the output argument to this knows that we only ever need a maximum of 3 code points. But this declare whatever case mapping is also set up to deal with the possibility that you might want to produce some kind of command on case changing, if particularly, again, in an 8-bit situation, life can get complicated. Greek, yes, Greek is the bane of my life at the moment. Anyone here? Well, I'm sure we've got people who know about Greek. So at least modern Greek, when you change uppercase it, you get rid of most of the accents and most of the diacritics. But that's complicated, and it turns out it's extremely complicated, and getting it right has been a monumental amount of effort. So part of the effort here is that there's a long tradition of handling Greek in particular ways in 8-bit engines, and some of the assumptions there don't really translate once you start saying, oh, we're just going to treat everything as Unicode. So yes, so you drop accents, except some accents, if you drop them, you then have to add a diaresis to the next letter if it's a certain letter, and if it's a breathing mark and it's on the first letter, then you keep it unless the next letter takes the diaresis. And there's a couple of things that are used for teaching purposes, but aren't actually used in proper Greek, and then you have the question about whether you keep them or not. And then, of course, so the other thing is, it's more tricky in 8-bit engines, because one of the best way to do this is to decompose your characters, Unicode characters, into the base character and the accents, and then you can examine the accents. And that's fine if you're using a Unicode engine, because if you don't get rid of the accent, they will just recombine at the engine level. But if you do that in PDF TeX, you've put Unicode has the accent combining character after the base character, and then all hell breaks loose in an 8-bit engine. So you have to watch for that as well, because you have to manually recombine. So this has been fun. But hopefully it's now all sorted, just about. So yes, so some of those details aren't in the CLDR, so that is problematic. and they're not in the ICU reference implementation either, which is also great. And yeah, so LRCR input, so Günther Milder, who is in charge of the Greek support for Babel, has been asking me lots and lots of questions in this area, but he's been sorting the 8-bit, where I've made enough suggestions that hopefully he's dealing with that for sort of legacy stuff. So yeah, so that has been a lot of fun. So the other thing I've added recently is the idea of being able to look at the general category. So Unicode classifies characters, things like, well, first of all, you can have it's a letter, it's a combining mark, it's punctuation, and then within that you can have it's an uppercase letter, or it's a whatever kind of following punctuation, and this, that, the other. And that can all be turned into numbers, and because we now have two-stage tables, you can store all of that, and you can look it up very quickly. Why have I added that? One of the things on the next slide will tell us where I'm wanting to go, at least partly with that. Okay, so yes, so ongoing questions about, so we implemented title casing, but exactly what that means is being backward and forward, so still a very live discussion with people on the GitHub issue about whether it should be called title casing. So again, Günther Milder pointed out that the implementation I first came up with, title cases the first letter. So title casing for Unicode is the fact that when you capitalize the first code point of a word, it might not be just the first code point. So Dutch is the classic example. I, J in Dutch should be, if it's the start of a word, you uppercase the I and the J. So you can't just say it's the first letter. And then Greek doesn't drop accents when you make just the first letter uppercase, and there's a few more complexities. But so I implemented it just for the first character of an input, whether it should be every word, whether it should be called title casing, whether it should be called something else. Live discussion, and then you can get to sentence casing and whether we should even go anywhere near that, because that's very much a language-dependent thing. So ongoing discussions, which I don't have a final answer to yet. I had some emails from Chris Rowley this morning about it, so but feel free to contribute. Better detection of non-letters. Yes, so currently the idea when you're picking out what's the first letter, that's done in a relatively simple-minded way using cat codes. That's why I've added the Unicode general category. It's on my mind, not a big priority, but to rather than look at the tech data, you look at what kind of code point is it? Is it a letter? That's what any other program would do. It would look at the Unicode category. So I'm sort of planning to go back and revise that area. Yeah, and also character token generation. So currently, so if you case change something and it generates more code points than you started off with, what category code do you give the second and subsequent code points? Do you check, are they the same as the first one? Are they arbitrary? Whatever, and I think they should probably be generated by looking at the general category and saying, what, if this had been typed in, what cat code would it have got, which we can tell from the general category, because I also write the code that sets up the cat codes by reading the Unicode data table. So, yeah, so there's some extensions. They're refinements, they're not major refinements, but they're just trying to tackle those little edge cases, and they were in my mind. Some of these were in my mind when I wrote it, but I was like, well, I can't tackle everything at once. So for the moment, we'll do this, and we'll see whether we can go back. Okay, yes. So the other thing is grapheme mapping. So I like this example. People will notice it's in the test cases. So spinal tap. So you look at that and say, if I ask people how many letters there are, I think most people in this audience would tell me there are 9 letters in spinal tap and 1 space. Does a computer think there's 9 letters there? Well, it depends on how you ask the question, is the bottom line. So what we want to think about is grapheme. So why do I say why this? So you see spinal tap, it has 2 letters which are not used in standard English. We have a dotless I, which does have a Unicode code point because it's used in Turkish and this, that, the other, so you can get at that one. And it has an N with an umlaut. Now, oddly enough, an N with an umlaut isn't a pre-composed Unicode character. Though the only way to type that in is to type in an N and then to type in a Unicode input and then type in a combining diaresis. So obviously, I did this in PDF text, so I just used the classical LICR input, which works fine. But the point is, if we asked how many code points, we'd get 11 code points, we'd get 10 non-space code points and 1 space code point. So the Unicode Consortium have addressed this, and they define something called a grapheme, which is a very sort of loose thing for, it's what a human being would think is a letter, basically. A human perceived character. And they, obviously, because people need to be able to do this for lots of reasons, there is a lot of data, there's an algorithm for working out how many graphemes there are in your inputs. So I've implemented this as a mapping. The actual amount of data here isn't too bad. The only thing I haven't covered is the business about making flags, which seems very, very odd. You can make, they need 2 code points, and I haven't implemented that. And I've documented that I haven't implemented that because it's very weird. But everything else is implemented. You don't need too much data, so this doesn't need these sort of 2. Actually, the data files here are structured in such a way that they're not so convenient for making a 2-stage table, and there's not that many code points, so it's not too bad. Most things that look like letters are letters, it turns out. A few things that look like, if you have a combining mark and a letter, that counts, that just combines together to make one grapheme, etc. So I've implemented a mapping so you can go through all the things, but I was talking to, there was a question come up recently, and it's been mentioned a few times, we probably want something that can pick out individual graphemes. I need a name and I need to actually implement it, and probably also the first thing. I suspect also, having loaded the general category data, probably also the first letter or the first character of a code point of a particular type. So, you might say, what's the first piece of punctuation in this input? And I suspect that's actually relatively easy to implement, having done all the hard work on all of the background. So it's a question of having the motivation to write some more interfaces. But I can just see it's going to happen because people ask all kinds of nuts things that they want to do with their input, which you never predict, but you need to do because it's certainly all doable. And the reason, I mean, one of the things, the reasons for exploring Unicode landed, it's definitely, although it may not be perfect, it's definitely the place to go and have your code live. So, and then maybe visit Islands of Tech, obviously. So that's it. I'd like to just finish off. So although this is an Expo 3 talk, there's not really too much code in there. Thank Javier and Jürgen for useful discussions about BCP data. Peter Kanowicki, he's the guy who, he has the clearest explanation of how to implement a 2-stage table that I could find. So he's got an example in Python, which I basically ripped off, re-implemented in Tech to do the 2-stage table. Obviously, re-implementing it in Tech and making it fast is interesting compared to data structures in Python, but it's doable. And Gunter Milder, who has not only asked me about 1 million questions about Greek, but also has asked other questions about the case-changing situation and has found lots of bugs and has been a very useful contributor. And thank you all for your attention.
Thanks, Joseph. Okay, and we have already some questions.
Thank you very much. You were mostly talking about glyphs or characters, but Unicode also has some kind of algorithms for text handling, for example, like bidirectional typesetting. Do you think, or is it part of the plan to implement those algorithms as well?
No, so I mean, this is all macro layer stuff, and anything like that is all left, that's one for the engine, something like that. I mean, what I haven't said there, so I've said about breaking things into words, and at the moment, words equals breaking at spaces. If you read the Unicode word breaking algorithm, it's horrible, and I really don't fancy, well, I'll probably end up doing it in the end, but at the moment, I don't really have the motivation to implement, say, that at the macro level. There's quite a lot of data, there's a lot of different cases, and it's not easy. I mean, even the graphene one is, I mean, said it's relatively straightforward, which it is, but it's non-trivial. But conceptually, that one's quite easy. Some of the other algorithms are a lot conceptually more difficult, and I don't think that's a macro level thing. It just, the performance would be dire.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, more questions? Well, I have one. You only discussed Latin-based scripts and alphabets.
Yeah.
What is it about other things?
What case changing or?
Well, in general, case changing, yes, but also like graphemes. I think it's taking some of the CJK and similar.
So as I say, I've implemented, so most of those other, so there's only a few scripts that have case at all, and so Latin, Greek, Cyrillic cover, there's a few others, but essentially that's more or less it. To a good first approximation, so you don't have to worry about case in most other languages, so that's means that they just pass through. Something like the grapheme thing, so I say I've loaded all of the data, and the only thing that's not implemented is the flags. Everything else, including because of the way I've loaded the data, Hangul will be a bit slow, depending on where the code point sits in the list, because I've just used a simple comma list to store the data, so it's not going to be fast. So the only thing that would come is if we needed to address that, then I'd have to relook at how the data are stored, but all of the data is there, all of the algorithms. So I've taken, there's a test file in the Unicode repository to test the test file that you're meant to use, and I run that directly in our test suite. I skip the lines, there's a few that I know I haven't, there's a few about controls, things about line breaks and things that don't make sense in tech. There's the one about the flags, and I think they're the only ones I deliberately skip, but the rest, it passes all the tests, so it implements exactly the same for Hangul or CJK, or any CJK as anything else would.
Okay, cool, thank you. More questions? Doesn't seem to be the case, so thanks, Joseph, again. Good, so next we have Oliver talking about LaTeX template generators and related things. It's yours.
Thank you so much. Wonderful, good day. This talk was inspired because of my experience maintaining LaTeX templates for other PhD students. And as we heard at the first day, a LaTeX template is not only the CLS class, it's also about the tag file itself. And typically, one begins in copying and pasting a tag file and adapting it. And thus the thing emerges somehow, and many variants are out there. And then you backport or forward port changes of a fork of your template somehow. And over the years, this gets a mess somehow with hundreds of files. And now the thing is how to more structure it and how to ensure that a new idea of using a package is then available in all templates. And this is our proposal to do it. And I first want to go deeper into the motivation, and then some user experience of the tool I wrote, and then lastly I will finish with the developer experience, and I will invite you to join forces here. Okay, let's see, templates, because I was asked, hey, you're doing about templates. There are templates around, they are maintained, they are on C10 and so on. But for example, this IEEE template, maybe one wants to load the package CMap into it to enable proper copy and paste of words, like ligatures there, if F and L go together and you do some copy and pasting there, sometimes it doesn't work. And CMap is a solution. Then one always wants to have hyperref in there, and this each year I would say one new hyperref option is found, and then one wants to use that, and maybe one doesn't want to have these boxes in the PDF, and one wants to have long URLs broken right, some tag exchange answer. We also saw that at the first day they had famous tag exchange answers, and why not putting them into a document? Then for me important power set command, that the power set is typeset correctly, because it's not a via stress P, it has to be typeset in another way. And to-dos, and maybe the microtype extensions like the microtype thing, cleverref, CS crowds, booktubs, paralist, hyperref I already says, hypecup to correctly jump to it, and upquote, and so on. And I will say, okay, now you're doing for IEEE, then one has to do it for LNCS 2, because this is the Springer publisher, and maybe you need to have it for that too. And I also maintain the templates for the University of Stuttgart for the computer science thing, both for master thesis and PhD thesis, because they are different too. And then if an update comes in, like the favorite way to typeset listings, then I need to copy and paste it through all templates, and I always forgot one. And how to make that better. And now I come to the solution is in place somehow, and I tell you now how students can work with it. They need to have Node.js on their machine. And I think on these days, this is okay to have that as requirement. And then you say human LaTeX template, and then you get a prompt asking, what do you want to generate? Do you want today a scientific thesis template? Do you want to write something for the ACM? Do you want something to write for IEEE? Or do you want to write something for Springer? And depending on the choice there, the questions can continue asking you things. And I just went through one prompt. Like if you go to IEEE, it asks you, okay, do you want to have the conference paper or the journal one? And then asks you, okay, a FEAR size or US letter. It asks you, do you want to have overleaf compatibility? Because nowadays, like if you go to overleaf, they first don't like LaTeX MK configurations. If you put LaTeX MK configurations in, they say, okay, wow, difficult, error. And the second thing is the tech live distributions are constrained, as we heard yesterday. One can't use the newest one, but at GDT, I even put it here, but in the normal run of the template, it does not allow you to choose the newest tech live thing. And then the thing we heard this morning, a Docker file. And for sure, we can use a Docker file, and this week, the tool got improved, and Island of Tech is supported too, for sure. So if you then say, okay, I want to run my template using the Island of Tech thing, then it's working, and the details are, it uses the minimal distribution so that you don't need to download it 2 gigabytes, it uses the minimal distribution, and then it installs all the required packages. And then English, and then how do you want to do listings? Is it minted, or is the listings package? Do you want to have CS quotes? Do you have other quotes? And so you know it, and everyone has his or her preferences there. And if you are through, it generates all the files. It generates the git ignore, the editor config, the paper file, the LaTeX mkrc, and here with an underscore, so you don't get any troubles with overleaf, but now some pros can then rename it. Then some YAML thing, the paper itself, a README file, the Docker file, and the TechLive file. The TechLive file is the one listing the packages you need to install. And finally, a GitHub workflow file, so that if you publish the thing on GitHub, the GitHub CI kicks off and checks your file. So that you are sure if you push it, everything compiles. Okay, and then this is the result. I also included, I didn't say it, but I've got 2 additions there. One addition is to guide students how to write a proper paper. Like if there are newcomers in the PhD life, in the first year maybe they are not sure how to write an abstract, and so on, and then here's some text guiding through what makes up a good abstract, and then how are proper introductions written. So this text is already in the template, so the student can base on that. This is not the important thing for now. The important thing is the minimal examples for each template. See it as a very minimal version of the LaTeX companion, like a very minimal version. And it starts for sure with the handling of paragraphs. And this is also the connection to the first day. Say, don't use backslashes to separate paragraphs. Use 2 consecutive empty lines, because it's the mistake students always do. And when generating the template, all these LaTeX hints come. So we have got an appendix at the end where you have the most important things to remember. And it is typeset using the rendered version, and also the text source itself, so that you can see while browsing the PDF, how does the rendered version like and how does the source code like appear. And then an example, not only text, but something more like this SI unit X thing, how to properly typeset units, and then like do it like that. And there's always render text and then the LaTeX code, so that one can really see what's happening there. Okay, this is the user experience. And now let's see how can we all contribute to the thing. And for sure, it are TUG files, but they are TUG files with placeholders. And this is like a templating language with some ifs. Take it as like C files with some if-defs and so on. This is now the modern version of it. Like then at the beginning, there's a switch case in which document class do you have, and if it's IEEE, then it's like test with IEEE run, and then the document class is written there. Here it is like document class, IEEE run, there and there and there. And it's also like if you choose Lua LaTeX and if you choose the minted package, you need to have shell escape, and the editor should be configured to use shell escape. So this is then the magic thing for Text Studio, so that the LaTeX compiler is put in and the shell escape, so that it automatically works. And the other magic text thing with the BibTeX tool, so that if the TUG file is loaded in Text Studio, everything works magically. Okay, this is then something, and then at the end there's some little include siunitx.preamble.en.tag, and in that file the preamble, a snippet for SI Unix is there. And then let's look at the SI Unitx, and this is just a one-liner, just with the package, and then this turned out to be the best configuration for our setting, like group minimum digits 4, and promote is fraction. So this is the opinion, what I do in my templates, that this is the best SI Unitx thing. And this is all for the preamble. And there's then also an example file. So the example file rendered in the example case is like that. Heading configuration, because if you do a master thesis, the heading level is different than in a paper, so I need to have a macro here. And then the heading types and the units, and this is examples. And then the text you already saw, numbers can be written in plain text, blah, blah, blah. And then I use another macro, begin example and end example, and that processing, it replaces that with appropriate TUG commands to be able to output the example as necessary. And then it goes. And maybe you calculate, well, how can this work? Well, you have 4 templates supported, and you have got English and German, which are factor 2 possibilities. Then you have got some quotes, choice, and so on. And in total, there are roughly 4,000 combinations. And all these combinations are tested on GitHub. And then you see, like here, I'm checking ACM out in the A4 version, using Lua LaTeX, using BibTeX in TEC Live 2023, and having examples in there. And this file runs, and in this file there are, I think it was several hundreds calls to LaTeX MK, and first to the generator, having the diverse configs, and then doing the thing, and then using the other config, like with minted and without minted. And so on, and it goes through all the combinations and tests it. And then the runs takes maybe 2 hours, and afterwards, hopefully everything is green. And then you know, okay, now my new update of the template works like, and as you all know, it gets difficult because I run this thing all 2 weeks, and then something is broken because some package got an update and it doesn't work again and so on, and then one needs to fix it. And maybe a new if, like if TEC Live 2023, then do it like that and that and that, but it's the old one, do that and that and that. Okay. And as I said, everything hosted on GitHub with the usual GitHub thing, with the pull requests and the GitHub workflows. And now you are all invited to browse the repo, check if your favorite package is in, and if not, open a pull request and add your package to the thing. And now I'm way ahead of time, but I'd like to discuss things.
Okay, thanks, Oliver. And we have plenty of time for discussion and comments. Okay, Ben.
So I don't know when you started, but have you checked for other tools? Because the island of TEC actually has TECplate for some years, which does something similar. So why this and not something that already exists?
Which one was it again?
TECplate.
TECplate. Maybe as I started the thing, I was not aware of.
Well, but there are other templating solutions. So what sets this apart from?
Other things you mean depend on what TECplate? You mean for the engine? Why choosing Yeoman generator instead of something else?
Why would I, as a user, choose your template generator instead of those that are already out there?
If you are a student at the University of Stuttgart, I think you won't be available at the other thing, and I think also the IEEE maybe not. But we can join forces there for sure.
Okay, thanks. More questions? Enrico?
While I approve of generating templates so students don't exchange their template, their ever-growing template, I have some doubts about the package you mean to include. Because, for instance, I saw Paralist, and Paralist is in conflict with an item, so that's a part that should be very carefully examined, because it can lead to many conflicts.
Okay.
Thanks for the comment. More questions, remarks, comments?
I will update your example because IUPAC defined in 1999 that units have always be upright, not italic. And there is, Don would fully comment on that, SI units has a lot more of new names to offer, quantity range and things like that.
Okay.
I mean, the previous question puts me in mind of a wider point. The idea obviously is to provide up-to-date, good quality information on how to do certain tasks, and as you say, to avoid people just copy-pasting things. You've already said how many combinations there are. How much effort is it to keep it up to date? Because obviously things do change, and what's the, how realistic is that, I guess?
Yeah, I think it's, maybe I would say for me here it's once a month the change, but during the change, the combinatorial effort is the bad thing. Like if I change something there and then does it break in a combination German and Babel and Minted, and then does it break there? And there the thing helps because it checks all combinations, not that I do something and someone fires up his or her LaTeX thing and then it doesn't work for me. So this helps to get this combinatorial check going.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I like the idea of having a template, or choosing which template to use, or choosing which packages, or like paper size and so on. Did you ever thought about putting a website online to ask these questions so the user can download a style or text file as a template, so without installing locally?
Okay. No, not that, but maybe maybe the existing solutions can do that. I don't know.
Yeah, just a quick comment. There is the Overleaf API, so you can directly open templates in Overleaf just via, whatever, just via get. You don't even need post or anything.
Okay. And for sure, for the opinionated best combinations, I offer the tech files, and because I own the github.com/latex templates orga, and I put the templates there.
Hi, Oliver. First of all, congrats for your project. It looks very interesting. I was just wondering, since you use Node.js to write it, if it would be possible, perhaps as a feature request for the feature, if you could generate some static binaries instead of us having to deal with Node.js directly. I think I've tried something around those lines in the past. I know probably you'll add a lot of payload to the executable, but maybe it would be worth, because I know the average user might not be skilled enough or brave enough to use Node.js.
Yeah, you already, because I looked at maybe 5 tools for template generation. It was for Python thing and so on. And I was thinking, okay, what are the preconditions? And we discussed this morning that also Lua tag could be used with the prompts, and maybe either porting the whole thing to Lua tag somehow, but maybe one could transpile the thing, like having the JavaScript thing, and how hard can it be to transpile a templating engine to some Lua tag based thing? But this could be then in another talk how to do that.
What?
Yeah, Oliver, my idea would also be just to use some Lua scripts, because I've seen in the past some examples that used Lua for some heavy-duty computation stuff, so that could be quite interesting. Because you do not want to ship binaries just to to build up a template. That doesn't make sense, I think.
Yeah. Then one answer could be the website, and the other answer could be like port the whole thing. And this could be then a challenge for me to really learn Lua LaTeX finally. Yeah, not only. Yeah.
Okay, actually, I have one comment about the fact that people blow up their preambles. I have seen definitely many examples of things started from an Overleaf template. I mean, template in the Overleaf gallery. So quite a clean code with 500 lines of a preamble, copy-pasted from elsewhere, So the fact that the people started with a good template didn't stop them from completely molesting the template with repeated things like new command RR and renew command AA, because AA is already defined, and it failed, so they added the renew command there, and then having new command reals, which was the same as new command RR. So I definitely saw that as well. So like if one of the goals was to solve the problem of having massive preambles, I'm afraid we know it will fail. That's what I want to say as just as a comment. Again, any more questions or comments? Yes?
Thanks so much. I really appreciate the effort to standardize, and introduce things that people can use and that are maintained, actually. I guess I have a question around like your motivation here. Have you done any user research? Have you ever talked to people who are looking for templates? Because I suspect that it's sort of two extremes: people who love their personal setup and have it perfectly, cater to their needs, and then they maintain their own templates and have their favorite packages, right? Or it's the other end of the spectrum, and you have people who just want to download something that works out of the box, and those people probably won't use a command line interface in that moment. Or basically, to the question that was already asked, but like, have you talked to people who are looking for templates?
I think my answer is threefold. And yes, I did for sure, because my peer group uses templates, and the feedback was they will never use such a dubious tool not used by anyone else. And therefore, I can pass command line arguments to the tool to generate things, and therefore I generate through here some default things, the opinionated defaults. And the other things, do people care about pre-configured templates not maintained by their own? And I think this LNCS now has more than 100 stars, if even not 200, so there is a community around there loving that. And what was the third part? I don't know. I think this command line. I want to say that the target group for this command line interface is certainly smaller than the target group downloading pre-configured templates. But I wanted to satisfy both consumers. Because first of all, I only wrote paper.tag for the things and had a huge if dev there. Then we go to the large preamble, and it was if Lua LaTeX, else, and then if this, and there were 1,000 lines of code for the preamble, and all of things. This is rubbish. I don't want to copy in 1,000 lines of code. Therefore, I moved the if devs in tag up to the main file for generation. Then therefore here you have the devs with the drawback that you have to choose between PDF LaTeX and Lua LaTeX very early. And if you say, okay, now I heard that this ligature management is very better in Lua LaTeX, and I want to switch, and it's difficult now. But this is then this is the current state.
Okay, thank you. Still time for one or two questions, I think. Seems we have none at the moment, so thanks again, Oliver.
Sure.
So the last talk before the coffee is by Paulo Ciride. He is from the island of Tech and also a good friend of me. So it's a pleasure to introduce him and introduce the DAG to the island of Tech, I think. So it's yours.
So thanks, Tom. Hey guys, it's always a pleasure having the opportunity of talking in a TUG conference, and particularly today because I'm longing for so much to come into Germany and finally meet my old friends, make new friends, and well, very happy to be here, and especially talking about some of our projects at the island of Tech. So, a bit about myself. My name is Paulo, if you don't know me. I'm Brazilian, well, actually half Brazilian, half Italian. I work with theory of computation, and you've probably seen an awful lot of ducks recently. So as you can see, I'm a rubber duck enthusiast as well. And I'm a core member, I'm core team member at the island of Tech, and I'm also a community outreach coordinator at Overleaf. Sorry. See? Sorry. So, I think, okay. So, at the island of Tech, we always valued community over development pace. So this is something that we always try to keep in mind when we're working on our own projects, and also to expand our own ideas. So this is pretty much the agenda for today's talk. I'd like to talk about some tools we have, talk about some news on our brand new community website, talk about our Docker images, see our improvements in our dedicated area for tag packages, present some new islanders as well, and also share some exciting ideas we have for the future. So we have released a new version of a tool named Albatross. If you haven't heard of these two, it's basically a helper for you to find fonts that contain a certain glyph, a certain Unicode glyph. And just a trivia, if you're curious how we came up with the name, I had this Venn diagram here, so that's the reasoning on why we came up with Albatross. So, and now we have a proper logo. I think at some point we asked one of those AI models to generate an albatross holding a book. Well, to some extent, I think looks okay. And let's talk about some features of this new release, in case you don't know. We've done some redesigned border styles that might not seem that exciting, but if you pipe the output to other tools, that might be useful because you can have control on how the output is generated. We now feature something very interesting called which is the font lookup in the tag tree. It was actually our first, I think, feature request. It was from Carl Berry. And we also now offer support for graphemes. It's quite curious that Joseph just mentioned graphemes two talks ago. So, of course, ducks are very good at doing those things. So if you've never used Albatross, you simply write the tool name and you add what you want to search. In this case, that Unicode code is an adset, if I'm pardon my German, and you can look up in the tag tree. So you just type include the tag fonts, which will search all the fonts in your tag tree and provide their results as well. Of course, we've done some caching, so subsequent calls should be way faster. And of course, at some point, you can even rebuild the cache for whatever reason. Well, Albatross can take input in 3 formats. So you can have the glyph itself. So if you know the Unicode code point, you can directly type that. You can use the hexadecimal notation, which is of course it prefixed by 0x. And you can also use something we call the multiset unit, which is the U+. You guys probably seen that around. And well, Joseph just mentioned what a grapheme is, because of course it's a sequence of one or more code points that they are pretty much displayed as a single graphical unit. So consider this A with a null-out. So typically that can be represented either as a legacy single code point. You have in your font you have an entry for, and you have that glyph, which is an A with the null-out, or that can be base character A, in that case with the duress there. Okay, so now Albatross can look for that. So say if you have that Y with that symbol, in that case, that symbol is composed by 2 code points. So if you query that with Albatross, you end up with fonts that have both the Y and both that symbol that's put above, that's composable. And of course, if you just know that those code points and you search them directly, you obviously get the same result. And there's more actually. So now we are in the emoji emoji era. So consider this. This is a woman construction worker, medium light skin tone. So you say, oh, how if you use Slack or if you use Matrix or other tools that, for example, let you define, for example, the skin tone. You'll see something along those lines. So imagine, oh, that might be a power set of possibilities that I could like have an emoji. But no, it's actually a bit more complicated than that. So this emoji is composed by, first, the construction worker in itself, plus the female sign, so you have a female construction worker. Then you apply the medium light skin tone to it, and of course you also have to have this something called the ZWJ, which is the zero width joiner. So if you have those 4 elements, you're able to get that emoji. So if you see one of those emojis, even in web pages, not just one character, but it's a composition of all of these things. So if you try to query Albatross for that, you will get actually 5 Unicode code points, because if I'm not mistaken, the female sign takes 2 code points. So it's not just 4, it's actually 5. So Albatross will give the entire sequence. And of course, if you use the letter call, you'll get the same results. So that was the new fancy Albatross in a nutshell. And in other news, we've just released a new community website in which we meant to present the actual Island of Tech community to the wider public. That's the address, in case you're wondering. The idea is we want to write our journal entries, which is a fancy name for blog posts. We want to collect our publications in just one single point. So if you want to see everything that was written, every video that we recorded about tools in the Island of Tech, you can go there. And of course, we want to inspire and engage new contributors at some point. So here's just the land page of the Island of Tech website. And of course, now it's typical for a website. We also offer a dark mode for it as well. This community website is hosted at GitLab. It is powered by a static website generator called Zola.
And we actually have a script that takes all of the readmes from all of our projects and index them, so we don't need to manually update those references. It's done automatically. And we also use continuous integration, so any change we do, our website gets updated. Well, if you guys saw Ben Frank's early talk about our Docker images, we now have dedicated CI runners thanks to Vit MRI, so we really appreciate. They're also islanders, and these improvements aim at giving more of a robust and reliable workflow for these images. Of course, we are working on some improved layering and as well as splitting by schemes. And I don't know if too much, but I dare say the Island of Tech images are the most complete and comprehensible TechLive Docker images available in the tech ecosystem. Of course, you are encouraged, invited to build your own custom images, perhaps based on us, or even propose some improvements on our things. We now also have a dedicated area for tech packages. We also call the tech MF area in our project repository. So we now welcome those packages, and we have actually two right now. We have XKV, which is by Jonathan. Jonathan is Skillmon in the tech chat room at Stack Exchange, so that carrot was put there on purpose, so it's a nice reference, which is a collection of key value packages for tech. And if you know Jonathan, you know that this implementation is insanely fast, because of course he favors performance. And we also have, now back to my university days, if you ever had to draw a Carnot map, now we have a package for that. It's written by Ben himself. Unfortunately, you see there's a warning sign that the package, I think it's broken. It was not my fault. Das ist nicht meine Schuld. If you want to contribute in some way, you want to take to adopt this package, feel free as well. And of course, as I said, tech packages are welcome. And another area I'd like to talk is that this very small core team we are supported by the help of experts all around the world. So everyone who has ever contributed to the Island Tech, this is my personal thank you to you guys. And we have two new guys there. We have Yukai working on the website and the documentation. And we have our own Sam Carter, who is helping us with some tech packages. So the family is growing. So thank you everyone who contributed to our little island. And I also want to thank everyone who's not explicitly listed here. So let's talk a bit about exciting ideas for the future. So one of the things that we are really interested in is performance. We want things that work really fast, that they are reliable. So we take into consideration, we take response time, we take also memory and CPU consumption, as well as error handling. So just to give you guys an idea of what things we do, we had two revisions from our implementation of the font lookup in the tech tree for Albatross. So you can see we went from 15 seconds to 8 to, well, let's say 9. There's still a long way to go, but we like to reduce those numbers as well, because of course, you know, you have to read the entire tech tree, you need to read those fonts and whatnot, but we also are interested in offering a good experience to our users. We also have an interesting tooling. Right now we are leaning towards Kotlin multi-platform projects in which we could target different architectures, different operating systems. We have Kotlin native, which aims at generating binary codes according to the platform you're running. We also did some experiments with GraalVM native, which tries to generate native binaries from jar files, from Java typical executable files. And we have like a dream yet to come true. It's to oxidize the island and write a couple of Rust-based tools there as well. And of course, we want to target all the main operating systems, as well as having the JVM as a fallback, like in the case we're not able to cover them. But we also have some interesting targets as JavaScript and WebAssembly, mainly for some libraries that we're working on, especially KeepTech, which is a brand new BeepTech parser. We still work in progress, but we hope to have it generated and be available, for example, if you want to parse things on a website, or you can use even in Node.js just in case. Sorry. These are some preliminary experiments we did which we did with native image from GraalVM. We actually managed to generate a binary code for Albatross, so it would not need to rely on a Java virtual machine. The result was good, but I think the status is it works on my machine. That's it. When we put that on production on CI, for whatever reason, it didn't work as we expect, but I was able to successfully generate that in my machine. Maybe the operating system I use it's way better than the CIs, but that's beyond the point. We also want to favor user experience in the tools that we write. Mainly concentrate on usability, consistency, and adaptability. If we put this in a triangle, we pretty much want like a good UX interface. It has to be clear and simple. It has to be intuitive and as well as enjoyable, and it has to be useful. And this is something that I really love, which it has to be equitable in the sense that both newbies and experts can enjoy the tool the same way. So you pretty much lower the barrier between like the tech experts and people that are just enjoying the fun in the tech ecosystem. And we're also trying to work on the visual identity of our community, especially for brand recognition. We want people to know what the Island of Tech is. We want to look more professional, so that gives a lot of credibility to the things that we do. We want to keep like the visual identity to help us have cohesion and consistency. So you can go from one project to the other, and you can see, oh, those guys really keep the same layout. They talk the same thing, so it's consistent across our projects. And we also want to help spread community engagement. So basically, we want to focus on typography. Of course, we want to have a nice color palette. We want to have some creative design. We want to work on some of our logos, the imagery, and as well as other graphic elements. So time for asking for help. So we want a custom theme for presentations, such as this one that we are using. We plan a website redesign. We want to have landing pages for each one of our projects, and we want to have updated documentation. And if you're interested, you can read this blog post, which is called On the Road Towards a New Visual Identity. It's an interesting read, just in case, so you guys can see what's our plans for the near future. Okay, let's just glance over our projects, things that we want to conquer. And of course, hopefully there's a bright future ahead of us. Okay, I think our main project is Zarada, which was a tech complete tool. You guys been hearing me talk about this tool like from 10 years non-stop. And we want to achieve a couple of things in that. Mainly we want to move away from YAML, which was a bad, like a 1 billion mistake from my part, but anyway, we want to move from YAML to Lua, proper Lua scripting. And spoilers, if you use Arara, the latest version, there's a secret Lua compiler on that. The problem is no one reads documentation, as David always says. So, but it's written there that there's actual Lua compiler in that. And we want to finally move away from strict Java-based approach and want to have code that is spread accordingly to other platforms. And we also plan on doing some concurrent automation. We even work on some sort of topological path approach to manage that concurrency, and we want to be as modular as possible. Regarding Albatross, we would like a better interface, enhanced interface. We like to improve caching. We believe things can be better, way better. We want to have our own query language, because right now you just can search for glyphs, but we collect way more than just the code points in the font. So if you want to know, oh, I like this glyph, but I want it to be bold, you can query that. You can check, for example, the ligatures. What are the ligature properties that I have here? So we want to have a proper query language in which you could write that and say, I want these characteristics, these proper characteristics for my fonts. So that's something that we want. And I think Boris also wrote to us, he suggested us to have a nice export format. For example, if you want to have Albatross to output JSON, CSV, and well, you name the format, because nowadays we usually pipe the tools we have, because you have tools that do just one job and do it well, so you simply pipe those comments together. So those things are in our radar. Regarding Tech Doc Online, which is of course the online documentation lookup system, we would like to have a redesigned front end. This is something I think it's very interesting for the community, because we want to have feedback and analytics. So imagine you want to see how many documents were queried, which ones were the top queried package, what package people are looking for in the documentation. We'd like to have a better optimization for our search engines, and hopefully we'll be able to have multiple tech live support. So I want to see the documentation for this package from, say, 3 releases ago. So you could do a historical search. For check sites, which is also featured in the companion, so thanks again, Frank. We're planning a couple in rewrite. We have KeepTech, which is our BibTech parser. It works, but we still need to validate. Probably we will validate against Nelson Bieb's brilliant BibTech collection, which is fantastic. We would like to do some interface implementation as well as JavaScript targeting. Well, regarding TechPlate that Ben just mentioned, we would like to do some heavy code refactor. We need to do some interface redesign. We would like to have better scripting support, and of course, maybe to help people generate their own templates, have a graphical user interface. And if you're interested in seeing what we need help in our Docker images, you guys can just watch Ben's talk that happened earlier. And also we have an interesting new project. It's incubated right now, but we would like to have a management tool for tech installations. So, but it's just in the early stage. We need to define scope statement, API, endpoint design. We need to actually write code for the backend, and we would like to have a proposal for the interface. And that's what we actually want to achieve. So I would like to ask you guys, if you like tech, if you see some missing pieces in the tech ecosystem, or if you want to start contributing to open source software in a very welcoming environment, of course, we would love to hear from you. In any way, let it be via email our issues. You can contact us in Matrix. And even here in the coffee break, just poke us. We'd love to hear from you. Of course, the island is always open. You can go there as a tourist. You can go there as a regular visitor, or maybe you can even buy a house there and may become a new resident. Of course, as Ben said, visas for the island are free and easy to get. Of course, Island of Tech is hosted at GitLab, and you can always join our community chat on Matrix. And I think that's it. Well, I don't think I have any other major announcements, but I think that's it. So, as usual, cheerio.
Just before I open the questions, thanks, Paulo. And one comment. You don't need to be an animal to join the Island of Tech.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you for all the ideas. Do you have plans for a web interface over Albatros? Where you could just copy and paste a glyph and then get the fonts?
Well, currently Albatros does some heavy usage of font config to do the lookup. It works well right now, but we had to do some clever use of concurrency to make things work. Maybe in the future we might try our own system to query fonts, like a modern implementation, but it's something that we could always discuss. I think we are very open to improvements and whatnot, but it can be in our radar at some point. Yes, definitely. By the way, guys, if you want to get some island stickers, there's a lot there, so please, I don't want to take them home, so if you guys want to get one, feel free.
More questions or comments? Sorry, more questions or comments? Yeah, Joseph.
In terms of the final idea you had about a system for managing tech installations, I wonder, as a person with a Mac, I'm wondering how that relates to what there's already a tool on the Mac that does exactly that type of thing for Mac tech. To what extent is the overlap, or are you being inspired? Or I see that Ben's desperate to answer me, I think, but.
So about this management tool for tech installations, it's more like we want to have something that is a combination of install TL and TL manager, which, like many programming languages, have something like that, and which also has the option to pull different different ways of getting tech onto your machine, so either the Docker images or the actual native installation. So quite a flexible version, or even MIGTech, because MIGTech is also cross-platform nowadays. So yeah, it's a viable option. So we want to make it easy to choose your poison and even just take what you want and maybe try different things.
And that's why we still need the scope statement, so we know what we'll do and what we'll not. Because when Ben and I were talking about this too, we want to achieve some wild things, like even having a proper way of managing your tag tree. So, for example, let's install this package, like fetch from Citan, but not directly in the distro itself, but maybe in my personal tree, or like walking the extra mile along those lines. But we still need to have that scope statement so we know exactly what will be done. Otherwise, we simply open like a lot of branches and won't be able to close we won't be able to close any of those. So that's why we are still in the shaping phase, I would say.
Thank you. More questions? Yeah, Joseph again.
Ducks are very good at questioning.
So I think I can keep the second mic with Ben, I suppose.
Yeah, pretty much.
Obviously, Avara is your sort of headline product, and you've gone through a few iterations with the interface for what users use, and you've now, I see the sort of YAML to Lua plan. I'm wondering, do you have a sense about how many users you have and therefore how much impact, how much stress you're going to have managing a change?
That's actually a good question. I think I actually don't. I know Arara is very popular here in Germany. I think Germans really enjoy like automating things, so I think that's a plus. But it's I think at some point it would be nice to learn more about get some statistics, to hear about our users, because I think one possible way to find out how many users use a tool is to break the tool. So you see how many, exactly, that's a good way, so people will reach out to you like with pitchforks and like, I think that would be a good way. But that's in the radar as well, I guess.
Cool. Any more questions? I actually want to second Jeremy's idea. I think that maybe not for system fonts, but for LaTeX fonts, like fonts that come with TechLive, having an online tool for searching glyphs would be very useful. So maybe not, if you just search the TechLive fonts and had that on techlive.net, for example, that itself could be very useful, because that means the font and the glyph is available in every TechLive installation also, so you don't have to rely on system fonts, which I think is very nice. So that's just one suggestion about Albatros Online.
Maybe to answer that one, we also plan on tech.org, which runs this tech.org online software, to get tech dev support in there. So if you run tech dev or LaTeX dev online, and so we are already planning to expand the backend, and it would be possible to run font config there as well, because it actually runs the Docker container which contains it. So interesting feature request.
Cool. Any more questions or comments? If not, then thanks, Paolo, again.
Thank you, guys.
I think there is an announcement by Ulrike, so I will give her the mic.
Just an announcement. This afternoon we have an excursion. The excursion starts at 1:30 in the lobby, like yesterday. We are going to the train that we organized, quite similar to yesterday. If you want details about the excursion, there's a nice written down explanation about the times and where we go and what you can do there in the program. So perhaps read it before we go. No, let me, I will do it. And perhaps take a hat. It's sunny, so have something for you.
And okay, so we meet again in half an hour here for Frank's talk, I think. And it's the coffee time. Thank you. To remind everyone that we are starting in about a minute or two. Thank you. So, yeah. So, hello everyone, welcome back. We are ready to start with Frank's talk. Just a small anecdote about Frank. I first met him 8 years ago in Darmstadt. It was my first TUG conference, so there was a lot of new faces. And there was this weird guy riding his bike 20 kilometers back and 20 kilometers there every day for the conference. And it was like, wow, that's a cool guy. And then I learned that the name of the guy is Frank Mittelbach. So he is a cool guy, and the talk will be cool, I think, as well. So enjoy.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to bore you a little bit with 35 years of my life in the tech world plus COVID, and that makes up something like 90 slides. And that in turn means whenever I say more than 3 sentences on a slide, somebody please do this so that I know I have to move on and ignore the rest, except for the first 2 slides or something. Okay? Ready? Let's see. Okay, so my journey into tech started around 84, 85, I can't remember really, by getting a tape from Stanford, one of those big ones, and we tried to, because somebody found that tech is such a wonderful thing he saw in Stanford, and we tried to implement that on Multics, which was our mainframe in the university. We actually succeed, but we didn't have any printer that worked, because the printer had 72 dots per inch and the fonts had 200 dots per inch. So if we printed something out, the size of the letters were like this. So end of story, basically, after having actually managed to get tech running. And come on. Okay. A while later, we actually got PCs. And I got a copy of Lamport's book before it got published. It was 2006. And I thought this is rather great. And I tried to use it on the PC. And it died because of memory, out of memory when article got loaded. So what I had to do was I had to implement my own format, which was a really good learning curve, which was trying to get some of the ideas that Leslie had into an even smaller bit. So this was called FMTech, well, Wayne Guy, right? And we had a bunch of PhD and master thesis and so being published with it. And a while later, we really got more memory into the PCs, and finally we could use LaTeX, so this got retired. And this was the time when I was developing sort of things like array, doc, theorem, multicol, and so forth. And I got through at the times also some substantial checks, at least for me, from Don, because looking through the program you can find bugs, and then you got nice checks. And I also started sort of communicating with Leslie about all things that I thought were wrong. And yeah, this is kind of the starting point, and it got me into Stanford, because I got in '89, I got the Donald Knuth Scholarship, and that was kind of a lifetime changing experience. I was allowed to fly to the US as a young student and go to this conference and stand in front of Don and Leslie and tell them what's all wrong with all this stuff. Yeah. So here are some pictures from that time. This is Don with the lion. In the back is John Hobby. On the right, Don and Jill, his wife. Bottom left is Don just giving me the plaque of the scholarship. And left of him is Bart Childs, the president. And this is the happy anniversary of 10 years of tech. So I came in late, in contrast to some other people who have seen tech from the very beginning. Okay. This is also Stanford. On the left is, as I said, my talk where I was standing there and saying, oh, this is all wrong in LaTeX. And the guy on the right is me. I mean, I'm looking like that still, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, I talked about checks. This is some picture that I have on my wall, full of those checks. In the middle is a drawing by Duane Bibby, which was commissioned by Leslie for his private use. I think that was never published otherwise. You see two of the checks are actually in a different color, and the reason is I was a fairly pure student at the time, so even though it was checks from Don, I actually cashed them. And that bought me the art of, not the art of computer and typesetting, the whole series. So I brought them back from Stanford using those checks back then. Come on, this is a bit unresponsive. So a result of this meeting was that Leslie Lamport basically, after talking to me and Chris at the conference, basically dropped the whole thing into our lab and said, well, why don't you do it if you know better? Well, he did it more politely, but in that sense, so this was the start of the LaTeX project, really. At the time, being Chris and myself, Rainer in Germany as well, but he wasn't there in Stanford, in San Francisco and Stanford, and Leslie as a consulting person at the time. A year later, this is Texas. It's all before the time I really have much pictures, but anyway. On the left, you see the talk that or the first page of the talk that I gave in Texas, where I looked at tech and said, yeah, what is good about tech and what is not actually so good. And I got a lot of heat back then. Some people were really upset that I was questioning what Don has done. The most memorable thing from that time was that somebody said, who is this unknown German typographer anyway who claimed that this is important? This unknown German typographer being Hermann Zapf. Yeah, okay, so this was Texas. The same year we were in Cork. That's still me and Crystal. That's the only picture I have. The team got bigger. So this is Rainer on the left, David, Johannes, he is here, Alan Jeffrey, Dennis Duchier, Michael Downs, and Robin Fairbairns at the time. So there was a lot of development at those times. Here are sort of 4 of the key points. They are all still relevant, and the last one actually has only become very recently relevant, as you probably know by now. But they were all sort of developed already around the early 90s. We were much enthusiastic about producing a LaTeX 3, which then became a kind of running joke. But okay, next year, 91 was a conference. There's no pictures, but there was the best conference picture ever, in my opinion. They were hand-drawn. Everybody had its own picture. And that was, I still have it, as you can see, and it's still in fairly good shape. One thing that I remember from that conference, I was introduced to a Japanese lady from some publishing house, and she showed me how to do Japanese on a laptop. And that was fascinating because, I mean, my laptop was way more simple, and seeing how she could actually type Japanese on such a keyboard and everything and how this works was a great experience. Okay. Again, 91, a picture of Don visualized with the web. And for the old timers who may still know what a web is, I thought this was rather a nice picture that I took out there. It was a year when Don got his honorary doctorate in Stockholm, and afterwards we went into the woods basically for a weekend together. And this is where this picture was taken. Yeah, as I said, busy years. I don't want to go in through here, but we were all doing a lot of work during those times, having working session, and back then it was all very difficult. I mean, this is before the days of real internet. I mean, our communication were through BitNet, and if I wanted to communicate some code to the UK, it actually didn't survive the mail gateway because there were two IBM machines, and they both spoke AppStick, so they could go from one to the other, except that one was German AppStick and the other one was UK AppStick, and things like backslash, %, tilde, and one other sort of mangled into each other in a way you couldn't even reconstruct them. So back then somebody wrote a VV encode program that condensed the stuff even more than UU encode or zip, so that you only used 6 bytes. And that just survived then to get this going. Yeah, 1992, we had a really, really good workshop together for a week. The team came to my place. We had fun with playing Civilization in the night. Some of the code still says something like, Crete is still losing, as a comment somewhere in the LaTeX code, I think. That was L not really winning the game. And this here, I thought it would be nice because you see this poem at the bottom. It's actually talking about an idea of mine, which was already back then in the running. Getting rid of spaces in your code, or basically ignoring it, and so you don't have to worry about the % sign and all this stuff. Now this is nowadays, if you use code from the Expo3 or the LaTeX programming layer, this is now sort of the standard in that environment. But it took another 20 years to go from, oh, this is insane, to actually a working solution. Okay, so where we are. Yeah, we were in Prague, 1992, still believing that LaTeX 3 is just around the corner. Here's our thoughts on the design interface. This is Chris on the left and me up there, and the middle part is Jacko from Poland and Phil Taylor, Barbara, and David and myself on the bottom. Yups. Another thing that happened around that time, and I think Ulrich spoke about it yesterday, we had a collaboration between Gutenberg and the LaTeX project, and they financed the student for 3 months to come to Mainz and work with us together on math encoding. That was Justin Ziegler. There you see Alan and Justin in the back. This is again from Prague, I think. No, this is from, I can't remember. That must be Aston. That was Aston then. Yeah. And it was good learning experience. I think we did good work, but it didn't actually make much of a dent. By the end of the day, the ideas never got into practice except for a prototype implementation by Ulrich and some other people. Okay, yeah, I mean, it was good to get all this information together, so I think the work was actually helpful in many respects, but only sort of in the background. Okay, what else do I have to say? Yeah, here, 1993, a full working LaTeX 3 kernel. This format actually typeset its own documentation. So it was really working. The only problem, this is a page, the first page of the documentation. The only problem was you died of coffee consumption waiting for it. And you would die of coffee consumption even if you do a 3-page document. It was way too slow. You couldn't use it on normal computers. And so in 1993, Leslie visited me in spring in Mainz, and we came to the conclusion that this is all a great idea, but we have to step back and do something else because we are just not ready to make this work in practice. And so we decided to produce LaTeX to Epsilon instead, which was basically saying all the good stuff that we have and that is more or less working and in different sort of areas in form of packages and incompatible formats, we bring together in a single format. And this is what we've done. There was not so much work to do to get it doing. David had to implement color and graphics, but that was more or less all that was necessary to make it work. So already in 1994, at the Santa Barbara conference, which is what this T-shirt, I found it. It actually has a lot of holes in it. All the blue went away and turned into holes. But back there, we announced that LaTeX to Epsilon is normalizing everything, and that was the start of what you can call today's LaTeX in some sense. And yeah, I have one bad memory from that conference, which is I walked on the beach over lunch with David, in my opinion, and when I came back, I had a sunburn all over here. It was half an hour, and it was so hurtful. And I think, what's his name? Mike Ferguson. He came by bike from Canada to this place. So talking about 20 kilometers of biking is nothing in the tech world. He came down to Santa Barbara with his bike. He gave me aloe vera, and so I learned about the cooling effects of aloe vera, still nice today in such occasions. Yeah, that was really, really hurtful. And there was also a talk by Michael and Michel and myself about producing the first LaTeX companion, because that happened at the same time. And it's quite interesting. I reread this one to see what we said back then, what the problems were, and they were totally different ones. Like, how do you get something from Europe to the US transferred? Because that meant taking floppy disks to some mainframe to upload it there, then to send it to Rhode Island somewhere on another mainframe where it was picked up to be taken to Pearson or Addison Wesley back then, so that they could do copy editing. Different these days. Very different. And we got all the copy editing stuff in paper form by UPS back marked in paper and then doing all the changes. So this is what came out, rather the one on the left. And the book was an interesting writing because we wrote it at the time when we were actually changing LaTeX at the same time. So it was describing the new version of LaTeX, which was changing underneath it. So we always sort of had the problem of getting the two in sync. But eventually it came out well and was well received. A couple of years later, we did the graphics companion together with Sebastian Rath. And that was much simpler because LaTeX 2E really normalized the stuff a lot. And that was good. And in the beginning, there were not so many packages around, so it was really sort of a standardization effort that took off and took off well. A year later, there was a conference in Prague and Brno. And what happened with LaTeX 2E, we had this new font selection in, and TAG 3 was around since Stanford, so now you could really use other languages than English. But there was a big problem, which was that all the computers were running on 8-bit code pages, so the computers wouldn't understand each other anymore, because a German code page on Windows looks different to a US code page or whatever, French keyboard and so. And our answers back then was to introduce input encoding. And these are the slides I was from the talk I was giving back then. So what is this on the bottom? Yeah, this is of course a pound sign where you unfortunately end up with a dollar sign if you happen to use italic font. That was TAG's answer to this. And of course, depending on what kind of bill this was, it could be good or bad. I think back then the difference between German Deutschmark and dollar was something like 1 to 4. It's not quite that bad these days, but yeah, so quite a difference. On the bottom is somebody you know, sitting over there, and his wife, Petra. Yeah, they were our hosts there. Yeah, a year later or so, LaTeX 2E actually took off a lot, as you can see. It was really fun to make this slide, finding all these pictures of different books that have been written at the time. So it's an enormous number of languages. Does anybody know where this drawing came from? I took, to confess, this talk was meant to be given in Lübeck, I think, just before the COVID started, and so it was never finished, but I've done that part of the talk already back then. I have no idea where I found this nice graphic by Duane Bevy. It was somewhere on the web, but I forgot it. Okay, if not, then not. Would be interesting. Yeah. 1997, I got an invitation to Japan. Was there for the first time together with a couple of other people. The person on the left is unknown. I don't know why I have this picture. On the right is Werner Lemberg, who you may know from his work for CJK and font stuff in that area. Okay, so this was Japan. On the top left, there's the talk that I was giving there, which again is something I still is very much important nowadays, and it never got finished. As so many things, it just takes about 20 years time or more to ripe, and maybe that is coming at one point. Some of the ideas got put into Babel, but there's still some I think good ideas that are worth exploring once more. Yeah, 1997 again, TAG went back to San Francisco. There's Chris and David. And at the time, my editor, Peter Gordon, sort of talked David and myself into this would be nice to have a design companion. And we actually sort of signed up a proposal for that, and then at some point later decided it's just not ripe to write this book. There's actually 250 pages written, but it's still sitting on my desk somewhere. Anyway, it was cancelled, but somehow it escaped from some internal database in marketing. And since then, this book is haunting me. It's coming up like there, somewhere on the internet, being announced as being available, or becoming available, or being available for some time. The last incarnation of that is that the second part of the LaTeX Companion 3rd edition is suddenly delivered under the name LaTeX Design Companion. It has the right kind of text around it. It has the right kind of ISBN. Everything is correct except for the title, which is back this one. I have no idea how this is happening, but it's not just on Amazon wrong, it's also on other resellers wrong. So it's somewhere again in the database, and I don't get rid of it. We have to write it one day. There's no way around it, so that this has to go away. Okay, that was 1997. And then end of 1997, big change of focus. As you see, a couple of years of sleepless nights ahead, and not so much tech and LaTeX. But yeah, still some tech and LaTeX. So yeah, these are my three sons in early days. So, 1999, Vancouver was really a great conference. Some people that you may not have seen, but they are probably known to you. On the left is Donald Arsenault, on the left bottom I mean, known for URL and many other packages which are really cute and long time going. In the middle is Sebastian Ratz, preparing for the poetry contest that we had on that conference, which was really fun. Everybody was standing up there with what's this called? Mur something, and a longish T-shirt, and citing some poem they just invented on the top of a fountain. And on the top right, there is a panel. I don't think you can see this. On the left is Ross Moore, Michael Downs, David. I can't be sure about the others. Okay, so this was Vancouver. One story in Vancouver. Sebastian, on a way to some exhibition of something, took me into a bookshop, went to the children's section, took out a book, says, "Buy and read." Okay, it looked a little bit funny. Some guy with glasses, bit of red on the title, red colors, children drawing. Yeah. So I started to read in the evening, and I finished at 4:30 in the morning. And my talk was at 9 in the morning, and if there was anybody there at this conference, I don't know how I made it. I can't remember much of the rest of that day. It was Harry Potter, by the way. So I got introduced to Harry Potter pretty early, before it was really famous. So this is actually a first edition of the book, but third printing, so not so good in terms of being valuable. But anyway. The other thing that happened, I brought A0 pictures of art by Alban Grimm. He is an art professor in Mainz, and what you see here is text from the Apocalypse. This is meta font. his own fonts. The graphic is actually also the text, and it's just distorted metafont. So he was playing around with metafont on pixel printers, deliberately very coarse stuff, and producing these kind of graphics. And I brought this over to Vancouver. We had a huge exhibition there, and I think some people took the stuff back because I didn't. I gave them away. That was the intention. And about, what is this, 1999? So about 20 years later, this is also used by Don Knuth in his music setting of his Fantasia piece. We come to this later. So this was Alban Grimm. 2000, Dante gave honorary membership to Hermann Zapf, and I was allowed to give the laudatio. On the right, there's the Thomas Koch, the president back then, who died unfortunately. There's a young myself together with a young Chris, going through slides. I mean, this was all real stuff. I still have them, like these size of stuff that you have to take to conference to put on overhead projectors. You see Hermann Zapf together in discussion with Hans Hagen and Thunder Han on the right. Okay, also 2000, somewhat later, we had a wonderful conference in Oxford, which is, yeah, nice, as you see. I don't remember much of the talks from there. Mine was about something which is also unfinished or worked as a prototype and then waiting for being done in real earnest, which is about output routines. And now, together with the tagged PDF project, we are about to be ready to actually take this on to make a new output routine. You see Sebastian, David, Michael, well, myself, and Robin talking there. I think, David, you gave a talk about XML, the passive version, right? This was the debate back then, right? So I think that was it. Anyway, the other interesting talk back then was Thunder Han. He talked about all the new exciting stuff about PDF tag. And the slide on the right was like this, and it got a big laugh. The future of PDF tag quit. Now, he was fully wrong back at the time, but of course, it becomes a little bit more like nowadays, there will be a time when this is actually becoming true, and maybe PDF tag is being superseded by the Unicode engines. But yeah, he was totally wrong back then. Some other influential people, see if you recognize them. On the right, Robin, somewhere in the back, somewhere, where is she? Michael, Michel Goossens, Hans Hagen, John Place, Phil Taylor, Barbara, talking about, I don't know what, maybe. And he is delivering prizes. I have no clue why John Place got a duck, but ducks are around for a long time, as you see. And there's another copy of Harry Potter being given away, but it was not given to me because I got mine earlier. I think I got a Colin Dexter because Oxford and crime, and I love this guy, so probably this is what I got. Another conference in Tokyo, you see on the left, this is Javier, John Place. There's a nice explanation what TUG means on the left bottom. I didn't know that before, but obviously this is the real meaning of the acronym. And Yannis Haralambous on the right. The older people will know him from giving wonderful talks about impossible things to do with fonts and all this stuff. So this was him. Yeah, some more pictures from that time. I just got a digital camera. As you can see, I bought this in Japan. This is why there are always the dates showing suddenly. Later on I decided this is stupid, but back then I was really fascinated about all this stuff. And I was really pleased with Japan and people and the food and everything. You can see that very much on the right. Top left is Martin Buchholz, who was active at the time very much in X-Emacs. He was there also, so maybe you know him. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, the year after, or no, I don't know how many years after, but anyway, in 2002 and 2003, there was the big controversy about the TUG software, and especially LaTeX, not being open source, not free. Open source, yeah, but not free. And Debian threatened to throw TUG and LaTeX out of their distributions, and you can read through this. It was really not a nice time to fight this battle. It took a long time to get to a point where everybody was happy enough to go on doing sensible stuff. And yeah, as a result, LPPL is much more complicated than it should be, because before it said something like you can do what you like as long as if you change it, change the name. And that was not free for some people. Okay, now 1600 messages is really sort of kind of a record for one topic. Yeah, 2002 in December, I got a phone call from Michael, which really shocked me. He phoned me up and said, Frank, I don't think I can work on the LaTeX Companion 2nd edition with you, because I don't believe that I survive next year. I have a brain tumor, and he was unfortunately very much right. In March, everything was over, and he was 43, something like this. Young, small kids, very, very young. It was really, really a shock and a sad loss to everybody and to the tech community. So yeah, this is Michael. He's responsible for many things in the LaTeX world, and yeah, was a good friend. 2003, there was a meeting, I think Dante, in Bremen, which was a bit international because the TUG team assembled at that time. You see a lot of people in this big picture, if you ignore me on the left. Let's see. Next one is Thomas Esser, who did the TUG, which is the Unix tech at the time. Then Fabrice Popignon, who did TUG Live and also the FP tag distribution at that time. Olaf Weber, Web2C, Christian Schenk, then Joachim Schroth, Sebastian Ratz, and on the right is Staszek, sorry, I'm unable to pronounce his last name, I never used it. Staszek, very key. Okay, he again is TUG Live. He unfortunately died a few years back, falling into the Eastern Sea. Never got clear what happened, but yeah. So yeah, bottom left, Sebastian in a good pose. And on the right, this is Peter Breitenlohner. You will know him from his work for eTag and for the tech world on the engine side. So yeah, the TUG maintainers have, I think, oh yeah, I forgot to say first row, Robin, Rainer, and Jim, we saw him yesterday, and of course, thank you. My memory is getting worse if I don't have something to write down. Yeah, Reinhard, yes, of course. None of the CETAN members are still there. We should make a picture of CETAN maintainers. I mean, a lot of them are here today, but not all of them. Yeah, okay, anyway, this is 2003, there was a conference in Brest. Yannis was or is working there on the university, and he was the host. And as you see on the top right, one of the problems with French conferences was that if it was an international one, you had to have translation, which you can't really avoid. If you are a small scale group. So doing an international TUG meeting and then having to pay for translation is way out of question unless you get support. I don't know if this is still the case, but it was back then. Yeah, another one from 2004, we were in Darmstadt. Hermann Zapf was there. You see a lot of people that you have seen in the last days as well. Bottom left is Fabrice and Jerzy Ludwikowski, yes. He was the president of GUST, the Polish user group for a long time. He was at DAN. Yeah, Chris and Joachim and Robin. A bit more. This guy on the right in the left picture, it might be me. Then we have Jörg Knappen on the left there, who did the DC fonts and was involved in TS1 and so on in the font work back then, and Walter Schmidt, who was also very active in font work and did a lot there. Then Thomas Esser again and Harald König. Again, Jim and Fabrice, and there is Volker and Hermann Zapf signing something for Volker, I guess, and me looking very critical if everything is done correctly. Okay, 2004 we managed to get, after nearly 10 years, the second edition of the companion, this time with 5 authors. Christine and Joachim joined for the indexing, and who else was new? David and Chris did, I don't know, a lot of different things, math and whatever. Johannes on the Babel side and probably other stuff. Anyway, those were the total number of authors. And the book was getting bigger from 300 something to 1,100 here in this case. And as you know, I spoke about it before, we are now at another 800 more. So I'm not sure what a 4th edition would mean. I'm not sure I want to know. 2005, we were in a place similar to this, not quite, it was a cloister. The conference was actually a combination of Dante and Eurotech, or Dante and Gutenberg, I can't remember exactly, but both Hermann Zapf as well as Don attended, as you see on the left. On the bottom right, we have Karel Scoopy. He did work on the NTS system, beside other things. The attempt to refactor TAG using Java, which, well, died at some point without having an effect in the end because it turned out it couldn't be refactored in this way. And on the top left, you see Adam Twador. He's the, beside other things, he's the font designer for Lato. Co-design, yeah. There are some other people involved. Yes, you're quite right. Yeah, and of course you do some feasting in those conferences sometimes. And here you see Hermann Zapf improving on the cake. Yeah. We are in the new millennium, and we got new people joining the LaTeX team. So you saw Joseph today, this morning. Javier joined, Morten joined, Will Robertson joined. Will is, yeah, you know him from Font Spec, for example. And Bruno Lefroch is the one who made everything go fast and incredibly good. That's Bruno. Was that a comment? No? Okay, why is this not working? Yeah, 2007, we decided to also produce a new graphics companion with 2 new authors added, Denise and Herbert. I actually don't have good pictures of both, so I took the ones that I have. You see Denise next to Sebastian there, and a somewhat bored-looking Herbert from some Dante conference that I had. But yeah, and the book got put out of print by Addison Wesley to everybody's surprise, including the editor of mine. But the moment you do this in marketing, and it has been done, you can't go back. So we got the rights back, and then Lehmanns decided that they would like to republish, and I said okay, because the contents is actually basically fine, as long as you clearly mark it as being a reprint from 2004. And they did this, and this is what the book came out. 2008, Cork. Now this was, again, very nice. Do you notice something strange in this picture? In these pictures? No? Well, it says Tech 30. And a while back in '89, it said Tech 10. So we gained a year. Whatever it was, I thought it funny. And I think there is a debate on where you call the start of tech or something, whether this is 77 or 79 or whatever. And so, yeah, maybe they compromised on 78 in this year. Yep, this was my first talk where I tried to do a history of what we did, and also my attempt to say goodbye, because I thought my time was sort of my useful time was over in that space. On the top you see Boris and our host, Flynn, but what's his first name? Peter Flynn. And on the bottom you see a smiling Nelson Beebe, probably smiling about I'm going to leave. I don't know. Alan Honig, and also another person which is in the audience. Have you spotted him? No? Reinhard Kutscher. So, yeah, this is what I wanted to say about this. Nobody gives me a sign. What can you do in a conference, in a tech conference other than talks? Well, you can go to a whiskey tasting. Or you can go to a banquet, quite nice in Cork. Then 2010, San Francisco, quite a memorable one. Don gave a wonderful speech about iTech. iTech. And this is the software he was secretly working on that solves all the problems, and there is a recording of this talk, so you can find it on the internet. It's quite amusing. This is also an interesting photo. This is a panel of Don together with his students at the time, so you see all the names that actually made tech being the tech that you know. The other one is, on the left, is my talk that I gave there, the title slide about coffins. Now, coffins is some people object to using such morbid names for software, but then I can only say it describes very nicely the concept, and also I like dark humor once in a while, so it's there now for 20 years. And by the way, tech has a lot of dark humor if you look into various places in Don's books, and The Joy of Tech. Just look at this book and start and wonder. But okay, this is this. What else? A year after, the TUG conference went to India, and I nearly missed it, which is very simple. I have a German passport, and I got really used to travel anywhere. 5 minutes, ho, ho, ho. No, 10 minutes, I don't ask for questions. Yeah, and there are two guys you can't distinguish, so I have the picture. You see down there? This is me and Didier. Yeah, what I was going to do there is I was just expecting I can go to India. And then Barbara sent me an email, did you got your visa? And I said, visa? Yeah, you have to have the visa. And yeah, I just managed about a day before the actual flight to have it with all the necessary details and the picture, which was a strange shape and everything. Yeah, it was really, really tight. But yeah, a very interesting conference back then. Paolo Denei, I can't see what is on the left, but maybe you can know. It's Boris, and who else? I can't see this. Yeah, Boston 2012, a lot of past presidents. You see Bart Childs, one of the first, Steve Peter, Nelson Beebe, Christina Thiele, and in the back, Carl Berry. Interesting architectures there in this. And then we came 2013 to Tokyo, which was fascinating, absolutely fascinating. And I loved this country, I must say. And as an exhibition, we did go to the printing museum, and we had to do our own printing, which is shown there. And the task was to print your name, which may be. Yeah, got it? Oops. So this was what I was supposed to print, and this is the one that you see on the right. And in the afternoon, we did calligraphy, and I produced this thing after, I don't know, 3 hours of trying the same all the time, which is saying long life, to give it to my mum, which was turning 80 in this year. And now this year she turned 90, so maybe it worked. 2014, this was a trip to go by bike. And there we see the past president, Joachim Lamarche, with Marion Lamarche, his wife, and a younger version of the current president. And bottom lane is Markus Kohm, Heiko Oberdick, this guy you see in the audience as well, right? And there are a couple of more of those that you should recognize from here. So, Portland, 2014, we have to rush up. Carl Berry, Dick Koch, and Michael Sharper. Michael is responsible for a lot of the fonts that you can use these days in mathematics in PDF Tech. Yeah, 2014 also changed the LaTeX logo, and I'm really, really grateful to Paulo. So, absolutely. Because he drew that for us, and I think it just conveys the way that we are now changing and being agile and fast and everything, and yeah, nice. 2015, we went as an excursion to the Grube Messel, which is sort of excavation stuff, and you can also excavate wine, as you can see, by the two gentlemen on the left. And anybody new on this? Ross Moore on the right. And Ulrike got her drawing of Duin Baby in this year from Dante. Yeah, there was some excitement. As you can see, we do the picture there, and a bit earlier, and we would have taken the photographer from below the rubble, because this is the place where the lorry didn't make the curve. This is where the photographer was standing. New team members. On the left bottom is Philippe Olnik, and on the top right is Jonas Jarek. He did the web design for our website. Marcel is here, and the other two you know as well. They are also here. Yeah, and then another very sad situation for me. Sebastian came up with just the same thing, basically. Not as early, but also with a brain tumor, and died in 2016. If you ever come to Rome, in the Protestant cemetery, there is a place where he is honored, or there's a place remembering him, a bank. Don't know exactly where, but because he liked this place so much. 2016, I had a long-standing invitation by Jerzy for, I think, 20 years to come to Bachotec, and I always refused for different reasons. And there I decided to go. And I must confess, the stories about how nice Bachotec is were just not true. They are much better. It's just enormous. This is your new president, in case you don't know him. This is Arthur. And what else? Moitza and Taco on the left, and then the big picture. Yeah, you do a lot of things in Bachotec, which is doing work, but also feasting nicely and having great cakes and having a good barbecue, including fireworks and everything. There's this lake, and you always do creative art. So you see on the bottom that people are actually sort of producing something nice, being taught by good teachers. Toronto, Norbert Freining. Below on the bottom, this is Dave Walden. Left, then comes Charles Bigelow. Lucida Fons is what comes to mind if you know this name. And then Bringhurst, Robert Bringhurst, elements of type, right? So we're getting not through, so I have to jump. This is the excursion stuff that we had in various places. Bachotec, That was the next year. TUG comes to Bachotec, and it was very, very nice, except for this here. You see all the different things. On the bottom, you see you can make music and still work at the same time. So Adam is sitting in the middle of all the musicians and trying to get some work done. And yeah, what was a little bit of a strange thing, Bachotec 2017, is this. We had extreme cold. It was freezing, and the huts were not meant to be used with this, actually not. So 2018, I had an invitation to the 80th birthday of Don Knust in the north of Sweden. So this is done by a crone. This picture, you see Martin talking in honor of Don and various other people. It was a very nice setting. And one thing that happened there, and this is the reason why it was in this place, the first performance of Don's Fantasia, Apocalyptica. You see on the left drawings by Duin Bibi. In the middle you see the text plus its translation. On the right you see the musical scores, which are played on the organ above. So that was quite an impressive performance that we all watched there. 2018, Bachotec back to normal, not so big. They restarted the beer tasting, so for people liking beer, that's the place to go. They did it since then. And then 2018, we also went to Sugarleaf, and this is what I wanted to say about my wife likes to take pictures of me when I take pictures. So the butterfly there is the butterfly that I've photographed, and you can actually see it in my iPhone. And yeah, no new people, a little bit of the LaTeX team posing in front of the Sugarleaf. On the left, this is Roberto Isalimski, one of the people behind Lua. It's not a very good picture, but the best that I had. And on the top, I don't know, do you know this guy, top left? Quack? Yeah, Quack, right. Okay, Bachotec 2019, last time we had it, TUG was sponsoring, and is this year again sponsoring Ukrainian students. The people on the left are the Ukrainian students together with her t-shirt. On the right are the 3 Bachotec lines. Yeah, you see, 3 Bachotec lines. Otherwise, as before, we do nice work like building these little boxes. We have this cake, we do beer tasting, and then I went to Stanford. This is more or less exactly 30 years after the first time I went there, and it's more or less the same place where the other photo was taken. It's the other side of this building. This was the last in-person meeting, and now nothing works. Oops, there it comes. What you see on the right is Don Knust's organ in his home, or maybe the house was built around the organ. I don't know how it worked, but I guess something like this. And this is the conference place where we stayed, the hotel. A couple of new people. Let me see if I get it right. Can't see this, so better look from here. On the left is David Fuchs, if I think correctly. And then, yeah, David Fuchs, then Didier, who's here, and Tom Rokicki. And on the bottom we have Peter, Eric Braun from the Sitang team, and Henry Menke, who's also in the audience. And this is me meditating about a possible project, if we get support from Adobe, and yep. So this was done after the conference in the Adobe headquarters. And then came a big hole. Cancelled, 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 announced, and cancelled. Not a nice time. And this is also not a nice time. Robin died at this in 22. And so we lost another member of the LaTeX team. And then in 22, at the end of that year, I went to the first in-person conference in Berlin, trying to talk to the PDF guys about what we are doing and how this relates to what their standard and what are the problems and what are the problems with the standard. So this is me as usual in some sense again. And then the finishing line. In the meantime, Ulrike and myself and Johannes and Joseph and Javier finished this one. And yeah, it's a bit bigger, and with that I think I'm done, except that we have these copies of this and should raffle them, I guess, now. So who wants to do the raffling? Not me. Not me, somebody should raffle. Barbara?
Yeah,
Barbara is good. No, he's not.
Okay, so the first one is Jan Šustek.
That is, of course, if you want it. They are not plain tech.
And the second one is Karin Dornacher.
Sorry, who?
Karin Dornacher. So I might be pronouncing the name incorrectly. So. Yes.
Okay, so if you like the book, take it home, 3.5 kilo, and we are done. If not, or you want to give it to somebody else, that's fine too. Yep. Into the future. It's again a drawing by somebody for me. Thank you, Paulo. So, thanks.
So, thanks, Frank. I'm afraid that you ate.
Sorry.
I mean, we have minus 8 minutes left for the questions, so I'm afraid that there is no space.
Okay.
And I think that I should invite Boris to the stage for a short minute or two. Okay, yeah, I will just give you the microphone. It's okay.
I will continue to substitute for Artur. I want to say that when we decided to have this conference, I was really afraid because there was a long tradition of TUG conferences. It was stopped by COVID, and I thought that it might be difficult to restore. It might be not as good as it used to be. And thank you very much, Frank, for this retrospective of. It was a retrospective of the history of LaTeX, but it somehow was also some look back into the years and years of TUG conference, which were really successful and good. And I'm afraid that I was wrong in my. I'm glad that I was wrong. It was really absolutely great conference. We had several days of great presentations and a workshop. I'm really glad that one of my pet topics of TUG, the tagging and accessibility was so prominently represented here, and workshop was great, and several talks about it were very interesting. All this would not be possible without the work of many people, and first I would like to give thanks to Carl Berry, without whom it would not be possible. He did a lot of organizing behind the scenes, and I hope he can hear me. I just want to say that what you did was absolutely great all these years. Second, second, it would not be possible without Ulrike and Gert here, who did absolutely stunning job of organizing all this and including our great cultural program. It's still going on, and it's just stunning. And we have traditions. I'm so glad that we now can restore some of the traditions of our conferences. And one of the traditions that we usually give a modest gift to the local organizers just to appreciate their work. And I think that Robin now can try to continue this tradition, and thanks the organizers from on behalf of Tech Users Group Board. Here you go.
So, for better or for worse, the TUG office is it's located in Portland, Oregon, as a lot of you know. Excuse me. Sorry, but it's also wherever I happen to be, and that is sometimes in Portland. So I thought it appropriate to bring something from various locations for Gert and Ulrika. And one of the locations is Powell City of Books. Maybe you've heard of that. And I wish, and Gert's not here. Oh, you are here. Oh, okay. Well, let me also say that it's no small thing to organize a conference. Some of you know that personally, but if you don't, it's just a massive undertaking and effort and a lot of details and months of work and then a few days of massive details. So, so I brought t-shirts if you want to show. I don't remember. That's from Portland. Oh. Yeah. Legendary and independent Powell's Books. Powell City of Books. So that's a Portland memento. I know it doesn't seem related. But also the TUG office spends time in Eastern Oregon, in a small town in Eastern Oregon. And from that part of the world is Down a Long Dirt Road by Richard Stieber, Western Prose and Poems. And the McCarty Gang, the true story of Oregon's most notorious outlaw. Okay, and finally, maybe a little more appropriately, 1 week ago today, I was in Slovenia at Bled Castle in Lake Bled, and there is an old printing press and a fellow dressed in the appropriate attire who does these beautiful prints. And so I asked him to print a card for you. Thank you, card. And I didn't know I was going to do that, so you wrote a card before I left. Yeah. So thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. And thank you, Carl. Hi, Carl. We miss you.
I think I may be allowed to, for once in a while, talk for my wife. We love to do it. Thank you for coming here, and we really hope you enjoyed it. Thank you. And wouldn't be me if I wouldn't say a few words about what's happening this afternoon, because we've got you all together. You can't run away. So, 2 minutes about the excursion. You know, we'll be going there by using the tram, the same we did last time. No, it's the number 66. The majority of you may again follow Ulrike to the main station. Boris and myself, we'll be taking the other entrance. Once we get to Königswinter, you'll be given your, or maybe even I might do it before that. You'll be given your tickets for the Cog Railway up the hill, and then up to a point, it's your personal individual decision what you're going to do. If you want to know in detail what happens or could happen on the Drachenfels, there is some text in the booklet you got. It says all you need. The important thing is, whatever you do, you have to be back at 1720 down at the river. If you're not back, the boat won't wait. I mean, you'll always be able to get back by the tram, but if you want to have the boat, you have to be there by 1720. And the rest is to you. We'll be there to ask questions, but there won't be any guided tours or things like that. So have a nice afternoon, have a lot of fun, and maybe you'll be coming back to Bonn some other time.
Okay. Okay. Before we end, I want to say another thank you. I want to thank Robin, without whose work neither this conference nor many conferences she helped to organize were possible, and without whom we wouldn't be able to publish Tugboat and do a lot of things which Tech User Group done. Thank you, Robin. And with this, I would like to say that the official part of TUG 2023 is over. Thank you very much, and see you again in 2024. Thank you.